If you live in that area, I apologize if I'm giving you incorrect pronunciation there. But that is their current timing with this area of rotation that is moving toward the south and east. Could also see some hail up to penny-sized from this and wind gusts around 60 miles per hour. So again, tracking this area of rotation that is coming through portions of Fairfield County and eventually into northern Hocking County. In fact, what I'll do is give a look at the warning map here. Let's see here. So it does include those areas until 12:15. And we are going to be continuing to watch this. Okay, here's the severe warnings. All right, there we are. Okay, there's that downstream severe thunderstorm warning as well. So a couple of these are in place. We have this tornado warning that does include portions of Fairfield County. That goes until 12:15. We will clear that one off, and then I'll show you the other severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place, mainly for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but there could also be penny-sized hail out of these as well. This includes Fairfield and Hocking County. I want to correct myself. Hocking County is not in the tornado warning. That was the severe thunderstorm warning that you're in. And then we have Perry County also watching for that potential area, that area of rotation potentially moving into that area over the next little while. But again, our main focus is on central Fairfield County, where there has been some of that rotation showing up on radar, including from two radar sites, the main one in Wilmington, as well as the airport radar that's east of the Columbus Airport. Still having some missing data there. So what I'm going to do is jump back to Wilmington to see how this is looking here. And again, we'll jump back to the velocity perspective just to see where that rotation is showing up. And we get a scan every couple of minutes here. Let's see. So, all right. So we should see the reds and greens showing up here in just a moment as we're watching that rotation sliding off toward the south and east. Okay, so there you have it. Again, still near the Pleasantville area, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. If you are in central Fairfield County, I want you to take into consideration your tornado safety precautions. So where should you go if you are in central Fairfield County with this tornado warning? So what I want you to do is avoid windows, doors, exterior walls. Go into an interior room, and if you can, cover yourself with a pillow or blanket. Safest place to be is a basement, but if you don't have a basement, lowest floor of your structure is a good place to be. Again, I want to highlight there at this point have not been any confirmed reports of any funnel cloud or tornado from the National Weather Service. However, we are going to be keeping an eye on the storm because it has shown areas of rotation, and that has prompted that tornado warning that goes until 12:15 for portions of Fairfield County. Let's get back to radar here, and it can show you where that storm is located at this point. Also, something else we're watching for with this storm is the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as perhaps penny-sized hail. And of course, a downpour coming through as well. However, you have not had nearly the amount of rain this morning as other places have been, so you're able to take on a bit more of this compared to elsewhere. Also seeing a lot of lightning with this thunderstorm as it comes to the southeast. Again, moving at about 25 miles an hour, so not particularly fast. So you do have time, if you are downstream of this thunderstorm, to get to your safe place. Again, lowest floor is the best option. If you have a basement, go there. Otherwise, if you don't have a basement, an interior room, like a closet, a hallway, bathroom, something like that, away from windows, and cover yourself with a pillow or blankets if you have that available. Again, this tornado warning for portions of Fairfield County does run until 12:15. Not exactly the classic look on radar of a big hook or anything like that. However, we are seeing that we are looking at that moving through the Pleasantville area right now, moving toward the Rushville area. And we're going to go to Tracy right now for a moment.
All right, Justin, thank you so much. And thank you for joining us as we are starting 10 TV News. Of course, with that breaking news about the tornado warning, that is why we came on early, because as you know, a warning does mean that one has actually been spotted out there. We want to keep you safe. That is ultimately the most important thing. We'll check back in with Justin shortly. Also now at noon, another round of rain is moving through central Ohio. It's triggering flash flood warnings. 10 TV News reporter Kevin Landers is out with the latest.
Well, good afternoon. Two good pieces of news. One is the rain for now has stopped, and two, the water is beginning to recede. As you can see, we are here on Jackson Pike. The floodwaters here were heavy this morning, and you look down the road here, you can see two cars that were stranded in the floodwaters. The drivers got out safely, but their cars are submerged. So what caused all this water damage? Well, I'm going to walk just beyond my photographer here, and we're going to pan over, and you can see how ODOT crews are right now turning around and getting this large log that was actually trapped in a culvert that was stopping up the water here on Jackson Pike. And now they've moved the water, they've moved that log out of the way, and the water is beginning to recede. That is the good news. Now we are on Jackson Pike at Dyer, and at the intersection of Frank Road and 71 is now closed because of the high water. We're talking about a 3-mile stretch. The good news is, though, that the water is slowly beginning to recede, and now the rain right now is beginning to pick up. So we'll have to watch and see what happens the rest of the day. Back to you, Justin.
All right, thanks. And we're going to get back to that tornado warning that does cover portions of Fairfield County. We're seeing areas of rotation on radar, and that is moving to the southeast at about 25 miles per hour. We'll put a loop on this over the past 30 minutes, get a good sense of the track of this. Then you see it moving past the Pleasantville area. So if you're in Pleasantville, the tornado potential has moved away from you. You are no longer under that particular weather threat. However, down to the southeast of there, we are seeing that rotation moving into the area around the Rushville area. That is the next area in line as this is moving toward the south and east. I'm going to rock this back and forth a little bit to give you a sense of what direction it's moving. So it came from around the Thurston and Pleasantville area toward the south and east. So it's right around Elder Road at this point. We'll come in a little bit tighter here so you can see some of these other road names. Let's see, Miller Siding Road showing up here, Pleasantville Road. Let's see, Gun Barrel Road, we mentioned Miller Siding Road. So if you recognize any of those road names and you live in the Baltimore-Rushville area, I want you to be in your safe spot, as that is where that area of rotation and potential tornado are located, with this storm moving to the southeast at 25 miles per hour. For my own benefit, I'm going to rock this back and forth a little bit and then put a storm track on it just to give you the best information that I can on how this may be headed. So it's headed about this direction. We'll do a 30-minute storm track on this. Now, the warning itself is set to expire at 12:15, so in about 8-9 minutes. Right now, it looks like about 12:14 would be the timing for Rushville, Carthen at 12:26, and Junction City at 12:32. And Carthen and Junction City, that would be after the tornado warning expires. However, we'll have to see how this area of rotation evolves over the next several minutes, because it could very well get extended farther southeast depending on how things go. We'll remove this storm track and give you a better sense of what we're looking at as far as the normal radar view that a lot of you are accustomed to. But I'm also needing to do this view just to get a sense of where that rotation is as it moves off toward the south and east. So let's do a live radar view here, as again we have that red box indicating that tornado warning that goes until 12:15. And then down from it, we have those yellow or orange boxes. Those indicate severe thunderstorm warnings. This storm may also produce 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and perhaps penny-sized hail, which is just below severe levels. But if there's any wind-driven hail, that would be a pretty loud and unpleasant situation. Let's do a loop of this over the past hour as well, so you can see how this particular storm is moving. We've been tracking heavy rain throughout the morning, of course, in the Columbus metro. We've had a lot of downpours and, as you saw earlier, some of that localized flooding. Good news is, as we look back off toward the west, the heaviest rain is starting to really wane in the Columbus metro. What's back toward the west is much lighter in nature, so I'm hoping that as we go throughout the afternoon in the central and northern part of our area, mainly near and north of 70, things are going to be quieting down, and that looks like that trend is happening. However, the activity is now going to be favoring areas south of 70, and that's exactly what we're seeing, not just with this lineup of thunderstorms that it goes from Lancaster back through Washington Courthouse and south of Dayton, but with this tornado warning that again goes until 12:15 for portions of Fairfield County. This storm is moving to the southeast at 25 miles per hour and is southeast of Baltimore at this point, east of Pleasantville. So the severe weather, or rather the tornado threat around Pleasantville, is to your east. If you're in the Pleasantville area, Baltimore, Thurston, and you were in your tornado safe spot, you are safe to come out of that for right now. Otherwise, we are looking at the storm rolling to the southeast, and I'm going to look at the view from the radar that is east of the Columbus airport because it's a closer one, and that's actually what was used to prompt this tornado warning, is that we were seeing some of that rotation showing up on that. And that storm, you can see kind of a bit of a hook shape showing up, kind of a kidney bean shape, honestly. And that's one that indicates that there is some spin to this particular thunderstorm, and is what we're watching for as far as a potential actual rotation, I should say, but the potential for a tornado with that. As far as I know, there has not been anything from the National Weather Service as far as any official reports of any spotters seeing anything, either from law enforcement or trained weather spotters or ham radio operators. But if that does change, I will certainly let you know as we go along here. But of course, we're going to keep tracking this over the next 6 minutes or so until that tornado warning expires. Actually, we do have a new tornado warning. This one continues for Fairfield County. It now goes until 12:45. So we're going to be, until this tornado warning goes away, we will be continuing our coverage of this severe thunderstorm, which has rotation and potential of tornado moving to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. Again, area that is of most concern at this point is well to the southeast of Columbus itself. We are still dealing with some leftover areas of ponding on the area roadways, but as far as the severe weather threat now, it is near the Pleasantville area, moving southeast, and there we have that bit of a hook shape showing up in the Pleasantville area as that storm moves on through. And unfortunately, sometimes the airport radar data does cut out periodically, but I can tell you, based on what we just saw there, the area around Elder Road is where I'm most watching. State Highway 664 north of Rushville, that's where some of that area of rotation would be located as well. Let's back off this view a little bit here and give you another perspective. We're going to switch back over to the Wilmington radar and see what the rotation looks like from that one as well, just because we're getting a more reliable signal from there over the past little bit here. So we're going to switch over to that and should see some reds and greens showing up here in just a moment. If not, we'll just jump back to our other radar view to see how that's looking. All right, so you can see that warning extending to the south and east. In fact, what we can do is show, basically, I will circle the two warning boxes here so you can get a sense of what we're looking at here. There are two of those tornado warnings in place. One of them, okay, so this is 256 on the east side. Thank you for letting me know. We can see a big traffic backup from there. This is southeast of that thunderstorm. However, let's give some navigation here. So what we're looking at here is a traffic camera, I believe, probably, is this in the Pickerington area? If I'm, okay, so 270 at 256. So this is on the Pickerington area. That particular storm is to the south and east, but you can certainly see some backups going on from, I'm certain, from the heavy rain that was happening earlier as this storm has moved off toward the south and east. All right, so we have original warning box that goes until 12:15, but that did get extended until 12:45 to the south and east as that area of rotation has persisted across portions of Fairfield County as that storm is moving to the southeast at 25 miles per hour. I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service to see if they've added any further information, if they've had any reports of anything. Haven't seen anything from them yet, and that's obviously good news. We don't want tornadoes to be happening, but if there are any reports from them as far as funnel clouds or anything like that, I will absolutely let you know. In the meantime, let's come back to our velocity picture here. And this is, again, looking inside the thunderstorm. It's a view that we sometimes show you, and it tells us where is their rotation within the thunderstorm. And what we're looking for is, since we're looking at the Wilmington radar, we're looking for the greens going toward the radar and reds moving away from the radar. We see those close together, and that is a sign that there's rotation in this thunderstorm, and it could produce a tornado at any time. There's also the possibility that there may be brief touchdown that's happened already. We just aren't aware of it at this point, just because it may be a situation that nobody thought to call it in, or perhaps nobody saw it, but at least we are for sure seeing what I would consider some pretty stiff rotation on this thunderstorm moving to the south and east. What I'm going to do here is take off those arrows and get you a better sense of where exactly this rotation is, and that'll tell us where the potential tornado would be. So let's put a distance marker on here to see exactly how far we're looking at here. So we're talking about a mile east of Pleasantville and probably about a mile north of Rushville. If you live in that area, you will want to be in your safe place, as this area of rotation and potential tornado is in that particular spot. I'm going to rock the radar back and forth a little bit again here to get a sense of exactly how this is moving. You can see it rapidly developed near the Pleasantville area about the top of the hour and is moving to the south and east, again 25 miles per hour. So what I'll do for you at home is put a storm track on there in the direction this is moving and do it for the next half an hour. Not a lot of larger towns in the path of this, but I'm sure there are some of those smaller neighborhoods and communities in there. Looking at 1231 at Carthen and 1237 at Junction City. So for those two locations, that would put us in about the next 15 plus minutes. However, it is going to be near Rushville for sure, and any sort of more southward track on this than what I have would put you in line for it. So I would say if you live in or near Rushville or Carthen, be in your tornado safe place, as this storm has had some persistent rotation for the last little while and has not shown any signs of lightening up as far as that goes. So again, Rushville, Carthen, if you live in those areas east of Pleasantville, you want to be in your tornado safe place. We'll name off some of the streets here. Pleasantville Road, Gun Barrel Road Northeast, Thornville Road, let's see, State Highway 664, another one of those areas that you'll need to be in your safe spot. If you're wondering what your safe spot is, we'll give you a rundown here. Lowest floor of your home is your best option. Basement would be great if you have that. If you don't have a basement, an interior room, such as a closet, a bathroom, a hallway, anything like that is good. Interior rooms are more walls between you and the outside. I would avoid rooms where there's a wall right there between you and outside, just because if a tornado happens, that would be the first thing that would be damaged. So the more walls between you and outside is better. As I mentioned, hallway, under a stairwell, a closet, a bathroom, away from windows. And what you can do too is cover yourself with a pillow, a blanket, something like that to keep yourself safe, just in case a tornado were to actually occur. Again, do have that tornado warning in effect for portions of Fairfield County. That runs until 12:45 this afternoon. This is southeast of Columbus and moving away from Columbus. So some good news in that regard. In fact, what I'm going to do is give you a bit of a wider view of the radar to kind of set things up for how things are at the moment. So you can see this activity is moving toward the east and southeast. We've had some steady heavy rain north of Columbus. That is showing some signs of maybe lessening somewhat. The Columbus metro, including those areas that have had a lot of heavy rain this morning, things are getting lighter, and what's off to the west is fairly light. So I think for Columbus, our heaviest rain is likely done for the day. That doesn't mean no more rain, but whatever does happen from here on out should not cause much further aggravation of the ongoing flood issues. However, it's going to take some time for the already high water to come back down. So for the next couple of hours in Columbus, if there's water that's standing, give it time. It'll eventually come down, but might take until early to mid-afternoon for that to happen. What we're starting to see, though, is some additional development of this activity south of 70. And it is at least moving. That's an improvement over what we had earlier this morning. However, there are going to be some downpours that do come through and could cause some flooding in some areas into the afternoon south of 70. However, I don't foresee it being as significant as what we had earlier today in portions of the Columbus metro. Again, we'll zoom in on these warning areas right now, as we do have a couple of one tornado warning in place, as well as a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. So what we'll do is run down exactly who's getting what here with those particular warnings. And again, that tornado warning that includes portions of Fairfield County does run until 12:45 this afternoon. Also have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see here. Those go until, I have a whole list here, until 12:30 at the very least, as that storm is rolling to the southeast at 25 miles per hour, affecting areas near Rushville, north of Bremen, as those come off toward the south and east. As far as any hail goes, if it's going to be fairly small, relatively speaking, in fact, radar's not even picking up on anything noteworthy with that, perhaps up to penny-sized. However, I don't think that's going to be a widespread issue. Could also have some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in some spots, but hail is not a big concern, but there could be some gusty winds with this storm as it moves toward the south and east. And of course, plenty of lightning. Oh, okay, there we go. We did get a little bit of a hail track on there, but it's of the small variety, so that is not going to be a high concern for me with this particular area of thunderstorms. Let's check back in with our velocity to see where that rotation is located at this point. So still in the Rushville area, moving into the eastern part of Fairfield County. And this is well east of Lancaster. If you're in Lancaster watching, don't worry, this is to your east and moving away, so no concern for you. In fact, this looks like it's making more of an eastward progress than southeast necessarily. All right, so that would put it still north of Rushville by probably a mile or two the way things are looking. And this is going to be moving into areas east of there as we have, let's see, getting a new alert here. Okay, that is not a new warning, so that's some good news in that regard, as this area of rotation is north of Rushville now, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. Right now, again, Fairfield County technically in that until 12:45. And this is going to be moving into Perry County over the next several minutes. It's not a fast mover, which is good news because if you are downwind of or downstream of this particular storm, you have plenty of time to get ready for it. And let's do another storm track on this. I'm going to rock this back and forth again, getting a sense of how that rotation is moving. Yeah, it's been hanging on pretty strong here for the past little bit here, so not much change in its intensity. We're going to move this at about the next 20 minutes or so. Again, this is about a mile or two north of Rushville, and moving it southeast at 25 miles an hour would put it around Carthen around 12:30 to 12:35. Right now showing at 12:33 as that is moving into that area. Going to check in with the National Weather Service one more time to see what they have to say. All right, so the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Hocking County, north central Hocking County, is canceled, so you are out of that. Let's see here. Going to scroll through here and see if there's any additional information here that I need to be aware of for any further locations. Okay, yep, Perry County has that severe thunderstorm warning that runs for the next little while here as well. So looking at perhaps nickel-sized hail from this severe thunderstorm warning or penny-sized hail. Otherwise, gusty winds and still watching that potential for a tornado if this rotation were to actually do that. However, at this point, have not seen any reports of that, which is great news. I'm not rooting for any sort of tornado activity here, but that is why we are on the air, because there is that tornado warning in place until 12:45 for that particular area. What I'm going to do is pull up the warnings once again and show you exactly what we have going on here. So I'm looking for it in my little list here. We have a lot of weather data here, and sometimes it's a little tricky to find exactly what all we want to show you here. So, all right, here's a check of those severe warnings, as we have the orange boxes indicating severe thunderstorm warnings, and then that tornado warning is in red. That tornado warning does include portions of really east central Fairfield County. That runs until 12:45. I'm going to clear that off for you and label those severe thunderstorm warnings and give you the information on those. Outside that tornado warning in Fairfield County, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that runs until 12:30. And then farther to the south and east of there, Perry County, most of the county, has a severe thunderstorm warning. It actually runs until 12:30 as well. I was thinking it was a little bit later than that. So that's what our time frame is on that at this particular time. So if in those areas, that is what we're looking at this point. Again, that tornado warning does run for portions of Fairfield County for the next 20 minutes or so. All right, let's get back to the radar view to show you exactly what we're looking at here. Oh, that's coming back to Columbus. I apologize for that. We're going to get back to our live radar view and come back to the south and east where those warnings are located. It looks like it is really starting to move into Perry County at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if the Fairfield warning ends up getting trimmed a little early based on how things have been going as it moves from Fairfield into Perry County. Not seeing as much of the hook on there as much either. However, that's not necessarily a sign that it's weakening a whole lot, just because as we were looking back at the velocity or how the winds are moving within the thunderstorm, that we were still seeing plenty of rotation on it just a short time ago, just a few minutes ago. So we'll go back to that view and pinpoint exactly what we're looking at as far as that area of rotation. All right, so it is starting to loosen up somewhat. However, I don't want to have people let their guard down, because it had been pretty persistent. There is still some rotation showing up here where we have those reds and those greens together. And what we're looking at here basically is greens going toward the radar, and we're looking at the view from Wilmington. So we're getting a little higher in the air now. So we're looking not at the very lowest levels of the thunderstorm at this point, but we have those greens we have going toward the radar, reds coming away. So near the Rushville area, probably just a little bit east of town, is where we have that main area of rotation, again moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. Tracy, we're going to send it back to you for a moment.
All right, Tracy Townsend here, joining Justin Gertz, who our weather team, watching what is happening with the weather. Of course, we had the major alert because there was the potential for flooding. Franklin, Licking and Fairfield counties under those flash flood warnings. We had some cameras we wanted to show you through ODOT because, boy, the highway systems around here, just roads covered. If you joined us for 10 TV News this morning, Amy was out on State Route 104, and the pavement was wet, and it was really wet down there. We want to check in with Brianna right now because she's been watching the roads. It was a mess this morning. It seems that's continuing.
Yeah, absolutely, Tracy. Good afternoon to you. Right now, as you can see, when it comes to our big map, the main concern is going to be more towards our southwest corner or south side and really towards the east side of Columbus out there. Once again, we do want to show you a live look at the roads. This is 270, both directions over here at 23. Over on the south side, we actually had a crash that just cleared up in this area. Also, traffic looking a lot better compared to about an hour, even 30 minutes ago. But still, when it comes to the road conditions, it's kind of crazy out there. We still have those wets and slippery spots. It's just not a day to drive around. But if you do have to, just make sure to take extra caution, go slow, and just be very patient. Once again, that crash involving a semi-2 cleared up 270 westbound just between 23 and 71. All lanes are officially back open. But we do have some incidents that are still happening right now, especially really busy in our southeast side. Take a look. We have a crash on 70 westbound coming in from the east side heading downtown, just passing State Route 317. That right lane is blocked for you, but not too far away. We also have debris on the roadway 70 westbound. 2 right lanes because of it are currently blocked. Over here, we do have some repairs also happening over 70 westbound passing 33. That left lane is blocked for you. I believe there's some ponding that's going on. Crews have been working on it for quite some time out there. A disabled vehicle once again from the east side heading downtown, just not the way to go. 70 eastbound passing Miller Avenue. That right lane is currently blocked for you. And yeah, it's kind of crazy out there. Now, we do have some flooded roads that we're still monitoring for you this morning. As Tracy mentioned, Amy was out here all morning long on State Route 104. It is still closed right now as of 12:26. Both directions, too, from Frank Road East all the way to Stringtown Road. We also have a new flooded road just reported into our system. It's going to be over here in Madison County. We're talking way far out west. Take a look. It's on State Route 38. It is also closed in both directions from State Route 29. This is just outside of Summerford and outside of London. Again, State Route 29 heading towards 40, passing that 70 intersection. Folks, go slow, take it nice and easy. Especially be mindful of the ponding out there. Careful on those ramps. You can really lose that tire traction out there, and go slow and just be patient. Tracy?
All right, we are continuing our team coverage now. 10 TV News reporter Kevin Landers is out there. Kevin, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're on Jackson Pike, just near Dyer Road, and about 15 minutes ago, there was no current on this road. Now look at it. And then as you can see, there's 2 cars. This happened this morning. Those 2 cars stranded by high water. We always remind people, turn around, don't drown. This is what happens when you try to drive through this high water. Now, this road has been closed for most of the morning. ODOT crews are out here right now just finishing up. There was a large log that was underneath a culvert that was causing the water to go over the road. About 15 minutes ago, there was no rain. The water began to recede. The rain kicked up again. Now the water is rising again. And you can see those trucks here, that Panther semi-truck there. There was water. There wasn't any water below that tire. Now you can see it's almost halfway up, as well as these cars. We saw the tires of these stranded cars that you could visibly see 15 minutes ago. And as you can see, the water has just rapidly risen up, and now those cars are underwater again. So a rapidly changing environment out here as the rain continues to stop, and then it starts again, and we're back to flooding again. Tracy, back to you.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much for that. We are going to check back in with our meteorologist right now. We have Justin Gertz here, who is watching the situation, and Aaron White is also joining us this afternoon. Guys?
Yes.
Hey, good afternoon, Tracy. And yeah, we are still watching. Just a lot of stuff happening I'll let Justin take it away.
Actually, we have some good news to report. Aaron, come on in here. We were going to have you over at the weather wall, but good news to report. The tornado warning that was in effect for Fairfield County has been canceled.
Yeah.
So now we have the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Potential for some gusty winds with that. Did get some reports from the Weather Service. I want to give you an update here. They just let us know a couple minutes ago. They had a couple of calls and a video into them showing some rotation. Not aware of any actual touchdowns, but there was actually documented rotation with that. And also had a report from a couple miles west of Pleasantville from earlier on of some 5 to 6 inch branches down on Pleasantville Road. That happened just a little bit ago west of Pleasantville from that particular thunderstorm as it came through. So some history of some gusty winds as it's moving southeast at 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, and still also that potential, of course, even though we don't have that tornado warning being extended, which of course is always good news, that rotation has dissipated somewhat, but there is still that severe thunderstorm warning for potential for some high winds that will be impacting some parts of the area here as we go through the next I would say about the next 20 minutes or so as we're watching that storm moving to the south and east here towards New Lexington. So still a severe thunderstorm warning on that. The main concern, of course, in addition to the wind threat here for today is all the rain. I mean, we've seen just so much rainfall, of course, last night. We've been talking about this for, I'd say, about a week now. Looks like that severe thunderstorm warning may have also been dropped off. Is that a? Did they
I just reset the view
okay,
there. I think
okay,
so. Let me double check though.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yep, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Morgan and Perry. In fact, a new one just came out for 60-mile-an-hour winds and for nickel-sized hail. Located near Somerset, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. Mainly watching for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. In fact, there you see the latest warning. So kind of clearing up some of those warnings a little bit.
Sure.
As that line is moving off toward the east.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not moving at a really fast pace. So you said 25 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And thankfully, we're not talking about any sort of hail threat with this. So the hail threat is really low. As you can see with the storm right there, you notice the red. So there's some pretty intense rainfall. Perhaps some pea-sized hail. That's not going to really cause any problems, of course. It's going to be that threat for some wind that's moving right towards New Lexington here, as that is going to be potential for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I don't anticipate those winds to get even higher than that. In any case, what it looks like is happening is the storm is starting to weaken a little bit, which is why we saw that rotation weaken. Still potential for some wind as we track that here, moving towards the south and east. That's going to put it into New Lexington right around 1240, into Pike at 1241, Clover Hill right around 1244, and getting closer to the Fairfield area right around 1256. And that's all assuming that it holds together for all that time. Again, we've been watching these storms kind of billow up a little bit here this afternoon, enough to get that rotation, which is why we had that tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service right around noon, so just about a half an hour ago. And now kind of seeing everything kind of merge together a little bit into a line here, stretching to the south and west, all the way back through Lancaster, Circleville. These are not severe storms. They are pretty intense in terms of rainfall, of course, but the only severe storm that we have right now in effect is the one that's moving right towards New Lexington. And if it does hold together, that's eventually going to take it towards McConnellsville. That's assuming we still have that potential for any intense winds. But as it stands right now, I think the main concern moving forward, of course, this afternoon is going to be for some more heavy rainfall. Of course, something we don't need here, as we've already seen so much. Not even just in the last 24 hours. This is what we're looking at right now. 24-hour rainfall. Of course, we've been talking about it all morning, just the intense rainfall here right around Franklin County. Notice that stripe of purple right there, indicating rainfall amounts of 1.5 inches, 2.5 inches, 3 inches so far today. And that's in addition to all the rain we had over the course of a week. Last Tuesday, we had those storms. We had more rain Wednesday, and just every day. The good news, though, this is going to be the last of it here today, and we're going to start to dry out looking ahead to our Thursday right on into the weekend. But for the moment, of course, it's still, an interesting situation here with all the rain that we are tracking here as we're watching all those showers and storms here moving off to the south and east. Again, we are going to continue to follow this severe thunderstorm warning. I do believe that this may be our last severe thunderstorm warning here for the day. We'll be watching the storms, of course, to the south and west. If they start to, get a little bit more intense, there will be that potential for some more wind. But I do believe that the main concern going forward is likely going to be some more heavy rainfall. So again, we'll continue to track the storm here as we go through the rest of today. But right now, I'm going to send it over to Tracy with some more updates.
All right. Thank you, team. Justin and Aaron. We will be right back after this break.
Well, thanks for joining us here with extended weather coverage on 10 TV. I'm meteorologist Justin Gertz.
And I'm meteorologist Aaron White, and it's been an active day to say the least. We were watching this, the last few days. We issued that 10 weather impact alert here for today because we've been anticipating some very heavy rainfall leading to the flooding concerns that we've already seen this morning and still going to be watching for this afternoon. And we've also been tracking some severe weather that you were watching. A tornado warning got issued just before noon.
Yeah, Fairfield County, portions of the county had that, and Weather Service, at least as of the last check, they were in communication with some folks, and there were people that saw rotation.
Yeah.
But as far as anybody knows, there weren't any touchdowns that they have any information on. But was rotation showing up on radar? Visual confirmation that yes, that was occurring, and they were keeping an eye on things. And now it's transitioned to some general thunderstorms. Although I hear a printer going off right now, so I'm going to check and see what that is at the moment, just in case it's something we need to be aware of. Looks like it's not anything urgent or late breaking, so we're not going to worry about that a whole lot. But I'll take a double check of it in just a moment just to see what we have with that. But of course, the main highlight is now the locally heavy rain that is now shifting south of I-70.
Yeah, which is definitely, it's a good and bad thing. It's good for the folks that have already had too much rainfall here today, but of course not a good thing for areas to the south and east that are moving to the area to the south and east with a heavy rainfall for all that rain around MacArthur, Athens. They've already seen so much rainfall here just in the last several days, and we're going to see that additional heavy rainfall here as we get on into the rest of the forecast here. So we're taking a look at the live radar picture right now, and you can see there is a lot of activity here at the present time.
Yeah, and I just want to let folks know who are watching us on the 10 TV stream. We'll be joining you till 1:30 this afternoon as we provide some additional weather coverage here for you. But Aaron, I'll let you take it over here. We'll do a little radar tour and let you talk about what exactly has been going on over the past little bit here.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we've been watching just a lot of stuff here just in the last couple of hours. Of course, all these storms were further to the north and west. They were tracking right across the I-70 corridor, bringing very heavy rainfall into the Columbus metro. We saw amounts 1, 2, upwards of 3 inches of rainfall in just such a short amount of time, leading to a flash flood warning being issued earlier this morning, right around the 10 o'clock hour. And there was so much high water in several areas and flooded roads, and that concern is still there. That water is going to start to recede now that we're not seeing as much heavy rainfall in and around Columbus. But look at the map here. I mean, this colors that you see here basically represent the estimated rainfall just in the last 12 hours. So just since 1 o'clock this morning, overnight, we were watching those storms billowing up and then developing across the area. And where you see that purple, that indicates at least 1.5 inches. But notice some of the numbers that Justin's putting on the map here. 2, 3 inches of rain likely is what we saw in and around just near downtown Columbus, back towards Grove City, up towards the airport, getting closer to Gahanna, and even to the south and east. All that blue, at least 1/2 inch to 1 inch of rainfall. So, it did cover all of Franklin County for the most part with at least 1/2 inch of rain, all the way up to Delaware, Mount Vernon, seeing some very heavy rainfall down to Lancaster, and even back towards London, Springfield, getting at least 1 inch, 1.5 inches of rainfall here this morning. And
let me interrupt you.
Sure, yeah.
Can bring up the observed rainfall totals as well, in case you want to highlight some of those, with of course the caveat that some places are going to vary. It's, one neighborhood to the next is going to have a different number, but this at least is a good gist.
Yeah, and I'll just step out of the way so we can see the whole numbers there. But I mean, Columbus, that's at John Glenn International, 2.11 inches. So over 2 inches of rain. Newark over 1 inch. Dublin over 1.5 inches. Delaware over 1 inch. And areas closer to Zanesville, just about 1.25 inches. Mount Vernon, 1.25 inches. So definitely some, impressive rainfall totals here just in the last 24 hours. And, keep in mind, we've had all this rain in 24 hours. We had all the rain over the course of the last 7 days since last week, Tuesday. I mentioned this before. We've been talking about it here for the last week. We had severe storms that we were tracking here on 10 TV streaming and on 10 TV back last Tuesday. We had more rain and severe storms Wednesday morning and through the day Wednesday. We got a little break on Thursday. And then we got more rain Friday, more rain Saturday, more rain Sunday. A little break Monday, and then we had just all this rain here through today. and watching that still continuing. Now, we are getting some dry conditions in Franklin County in the Columbus metro, so that's good news. We can start to dry out a little bit. There will still be the chance for some more light rain showers as we continue on through this afternoon. You can see all that does build all the way to the north, up around Marion, Kenton, Bellefontaine, Urbana, London, seeing some light rain showers. The heavier rain is now focused south of Interstate 70, really. Maybe getting closer to Zanesville, but really McConnellsville, back towards New Lexington, Logan, just southeast of Circleville, and east of Chillicothe. And even some of this activity looks like it's starting to maybe just weaken a little bit, Justin. I mean, we're still seeing a lot of lightning, but that line doesn't look as uniform as it did just, about a half an hour ago.
Yeah, kind of ebbing and flowing a little bit. And I do want to mention too, at the top of the hour, we had the printer going off, and it's like, okay, what is it? No warning, but as we know here, but it was for a special weather statement for that couple of thunderstorms in Perry and Morgan counties. Looking at wind gusts perhaps as high as 50 miles an hour and nickel-sized hail, although I'd be surprised if we had hail as big as Nichols. I'm thinking it's going to be probably smaller than that based on what we've seen so far, but certainly some downpours coming out of those as well. And I was just checking, since Aaron was talking about rainfall amounts, my weather station on the southwest side of the metro, I've had over 2.5 inches of rain today, and monthly rainfall over 8 inches at my house, so just awfully wet out there over the past little while. But we can actually look and see what some of these storms are doing here. Aaron, I'll give you a little break to catch your breath, and we'll see what these storms are doing. Again, seeing some of these around the New Lexington area, heading off toward the south, and these are going to be moving at about 25 miles an hour, so not super fast as we go throughout the next little while. But again, a fair bit of lightning is happening with these and some brief downpours as these slide off toward the south and east. I do think that it's going to be a situation where we have potentially over an inch of rain, perhaps in a couple of spots on the way for areas south of 70 this afternoon, if you get underneath some of those downpours repeatedly. Now, as we talked about yesterday, it would take about 2 inches of rain to cause flash flooding. We certainly saw that situation in the Columbus metro. So it's a similar situation off toward the south, where if you get under repeated rounds this afternoon, there may be some localized issues. So here's a look at the rainfall rates. Thanks, Aaron, for putting this on. You can see where they have the cores of the heaviest downpours. So you can see rainfall rates perhaps 3 to 4 inches per hour. Want to highlight, it's not going to be raining for a full hour, but it'll come down pretty good as it comes on by. So, let's say it rains, that downpour is moving through for, let's say, 15 minutes. Well, if it's, 2 inches per hour and it's 15 minutes, that's going to give you a half inch of rain, just like that. So that'll be something we do watch for. Atmosphere is just loaded with moisture right now. I mean, we're talking not just muggy near the ground, but if you go thousands of feet up, there's a ton of moisture. And what's happening is the atmosphere is just wringing that out, and that's why we've had so much rain around the area with the storms this morning, and then with these downpours working by to the south and east this afternoon. Seeing that one core south of Lancaster moving to the southeast at 25, east of Chillicothe, a couple of these little cores moving by as well. And a good news is, even though these are relatively slow movers at 25 miles per hour, they're not lasting a super long time at any one particular place. One of the issues we had this morning in Columbus was that the line was just very persistent. There was a front that was stalled pretty much right along I-70. As a result, that moisture just kept ramming into that and basically kept falling in the same spot. We're highlighting that flash flood warning that runs until 1:15 this afternoon. Actually, it's going to be expiring in the Columbus area, although I think there's a new one to the west of London, if I'm not mistaken. That seems like a newer one. We'll be able to check in on that in a little bit. In the meantime, we do have, okay, that's a flood advisory. Thank you for popping that on there. So flood advisory, and that runs until 2:30 this afternoon. So that flood warning, or flash flood warning, is expiring in the Columbus area, but still some flood advisories in place into the afternoon. The reason for that is the threatening flash flooding is going away. However, just because the rain tapers off doesn't mean that the water immediately goes away. There are some spots that had more issues earlier this morning that were causing flooded streets, flooded roads. It takes some time for that water to recede. So there are still going to be some lingering issues through the next few hours. But then once we get into the evening, things are going to be a lot better. Then we transitioned over to some river flooding. However, it's going to be comparable, I think, to what we had the other day. The Scioto at Circleville dropped below flood stage last night. It's forecast to rise back above flood stage, but minor flooding is the expectation. And that'll be for minor lowland flooding in particular. Looks like there's a new severe thunderstorm watch, Aaron, that was issued for our far southeastern counties.
Yeah, I was hoping it was going to pop on the map a little bit differently, but this at least includes Athens County, Vinton County, so at least southeastern parts of Ohio, including Jackson County as well. So more likely just going to be focused across parts of West Virginia, as you can see just a larger part of the watch box down there. But at least for a few counties here in southeastern Ohio are included in a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect until 9 p.m. here today. So again, we've already seen the one severe storm that did have that tornado warning, the severe thunderstorm warning that has now been allowed to expire. It's just still a strong thunderstorm, but it is not severe, so that's good news. However, as those storms get a little bit further to the south, we're eventually going to see it get to the point where we could be watching some severe storms developing in this area in southeastern Ohio. Athens, possibly back towards Jackson, basically where the line is right now. I'm going to switch this back over to the radar picture just so you can kind of see. So really out ahead of the line where there's still that environment for these storms to kind of tap into and potentially become severe, Justin.
Yeah, so that'll be a thing we keep an eye on. And the situation for this afternoon is not one that is generally super favorable for severe weather, but as we saw, there's enough there that we could have a couple of stronger storms that manage to produce gusty winds. Hopefully no additional tornado warnings, but as we saw, there's the ability for some rotation for some of those thunderstorms to try to do that. So we'll be here watching things. Here's that severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. This was an update about an hour or so ago that we would have issued this one. You see areas generally south of 70 have that level 1 out of 5 risk, and then our southeastern counties around Athens back toward Jackson in that level 2 out of 5, and mainly for some gusty wind potential, as some of those storms, if they get a core that's strong enough, could let that wind out. And we saw earlier that little bit of bowing going on as that storm that had been tornado warned transitioned to a severe thunderstorm warning. It had kind of that outward bowing going on. Also had some minor tree damage earlier on in parts of Fairfield County with that line of storms as it came on by as well. So here's what we're looking at right now. Satellite radar composite here showing that batch of thunderstorms rolling off toward the south and east. Some thunderstorms or some lightning with that as well. Thankfully, even though we have some locally heavy rain falling out of these, and they're only moving at about 25 miles an hour, the cores of those cells are very small, and they're not hanging out for a long time, just repeatedly moving over the same areas over and over again. Thanks, Aaron, for bringing up these storm reports. We can actually go through some of these. I believe the one north of Lancaster might have been the one that I was thinking with the, I think it was like 4 or 5 inch, 5 to 6 inch branches down on Pleasantville Road, and that would have been right around just after 12 o'clock, actually, as that line of thunderstorms was coming on through. If it had a wind damage report, yeah, up toward Baltimore. Okay, so that was trees reported down on Stringtown Road, and that was estimated at about 11:37. So, yeah, that storm did have a history of producing some wind damage as it came through, and we could see some more of that, again, from any of the strongest storms later this afternoon in southern portions of our area. No surprise by the flood reports here, so many of them. Basement flooding on Burnaby Road in the Bexley area, no surprise there. We had high water over Alkire Road at Harrisburg Pike. I actually witnessed that myself. Was in that area on the way into work this morning, so I saw firsthand that, yeah, there was some of that high water in that area. And I think that's one of the typical trouble spots, and that seemed to be where we had a lot of the most difficult conditions this morning, were the areas that, when it rains a bunch, often have those issues. But, I mean, that's a pretty high threshold for some of this across parts of the area. That was one of the challenges we had this morning, too, is, as I mentioned, the rounds of rain just kept happening over the same places over and over again. And that's why we had that stripe of heavy rain from basically along I-70 from west of London all the way through the southern half or so of the Columbus Metro and then scooting off toward the east. That said, there have been some downpours up around the Mount Vernon area north of Newark that have produced some locally heavy rain as well. anywhere you see the purples, that's where we've had a radar estimated about 1.5 inches or more of rain. But if you look, there are some of those kind of brighter colors there on the southwest side of the Columbus Metro. That's where we've had 2.5 to even higher amounts of rainfall. So certainly it was a problematic morning, and even though the rain has lessened significantly in the Columbus Metro, there are still going to be some of those leftover spots of high water that take a few more hours to finally recede. But we'll also be watching those creeks and streams that are going to be running high for the next little bit, and then that runs into the rivers. In fact, you can kind of think of it all as kind of like a road system in some ways. You've got like your little neighborhood streets, the cul-de-sacs and whatnot, and then those funnel into the larger streets, and those move into the bigger arterials, the 4- and 5-lane roads, and then the highways. Think of our river system as a similar idea. You've got the little ditches and things like that run through some of the neighborhoods. Those feed into some of the creeks and streams that go into the area rivers like the Scioto and things like that. That's what we're looking at here, as a matter of fact. A current river flooding map does show that most spots, as of the latest check, are in no flood stage or what we call action flood stage. So that's below actual flooding, but it's an area that is going to be near that level. And Aaron, you're circling a couple of spots. This is out toward Buckeye Lake, I think, is a couple of those dots.
Yeah, the South Fork of the Licking River is at least in action stage right now, and then a couple areas up in Delaware County, I believe, on the Scioto River there also. And then the only one that I really see that's actually, let me clear this off, the only one that I see that was reporting minor flood stage is out by Springfield.
Okay,
There's one orange dot there. We'll have to see if these continue to fill up a bit more. Of course, since we're still seeing that heavy rainfall and likely still just getting a lot of that runoff, we may see a couple of these gauges at least get into minor flood stage.
Yeah, the Scioto at Circleville is forecast to bounce back into minor flood stage soon. I think it's later today, perhaps, or tomorrow. I can't remember what the basically how this works is there are various models that are run on the area rivers, but it's tricky because predicting weather is already hard, but there are weather predictions that go into the river forecast models, and those are complicated unto themselves. So it takes some time for those to get updated with the latest rainfall information. But what we're looking at here, the latest update I had seen, which wasn't reflected in some of our weather graphics. In fact, I think this is recently enough that this hasn't even updated yet. The Scioto at Circleville goes above flood stage and will be in minor flooding, very similar to what we had just the other day, as a matter of fact, the minor lowland flooding in some of the field areas outside of town. And then I believe there might be one other spot. The Scioto here in town, I think, is supposed to go back into action stage.
Yeah.
So that would be below the official minor flood stage, but it'll be high water, not unlike what we had the other day.
Yeah, it looks like the Scioto River on the south side of Columbus is going to get into action stage, like you mentioned. The only other ones that look like they are going to get into minor flood stage is the one I mentioned there over by Buckeye Lake, South Fork of the Licking River. Near Interstate 70 near Buckeye Lake is projected to get into minor flood stage. It is rising right now. It looks like it's going to be cresting as we get closer to about 5, 6, 7 p.m. this evening is kind of going to be right around the crest into minor flood stage. And then basically what we're looking at is by tomorrow morning around 5 a.m. it dips back into action stage and then continues to go on from there, because as we know with the forecast right now, things after today are looking much better here. If we want to take a look at graphics, I'm going to load up the 7-day forecast just to show you basically what we are talking about is how things are going to get much better here after all the rain here for today. So we're taking a look at the weather impact alert. Again, we are tracking still showers and storms in the forecast for the rest of this afternoon through this evening. Focus for any potential heavy rainfall and severe weather does look like it's going to be focused in southeastern Ohio now, where those storms are currently located. Chillicothe to Logan, up towards the McConnellsville area, and points to the south and east, especially when you get down around Athens and Jackson. There is a severe thunderstorm watch that goes in effect until 9 p.m. for those areas. But as we talk about the 7-day forecast, at least, I mean, you remove today, that's a nice forecast, Justin. I mean, sunshine, mid to upper 70s. I mean, we need it, honestly. We just need to dry out for at least a week. The concern that we're eventually going to have here, I think, moving forward, of course, now that we're going to be getting into June here soon, is as we've seen in years past, we get all this rain in the spring, And then, not saying this is going to happen because, of course, we have to watch all the trends, but there are some years in the past where we get all this rain, we go into drought. We just dry out, for several weeks. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. Of course, there's a lot of factors that go into it, but I've seen people comment on social media when we talk about all this heavy rainfall. They always comment something like, I hope we don't go into a drought after this. And, we never know. We'll have to watch and see how things play out going into June. But so far, at least for May, safe to say, we were talking about this yesterday, we made it into the top 10 wettest Mays on record.
Oh, for sure.
Based on, I think we were only supposed to get like
only need about a half inch maybe or something like that to get us into the top 10, and we very much did so.
We got at least 2 of the airports. So I remember you mentioned we have to look up the exact number here.
That's what I'm doing right now, as a matter of fact. It'll be late breaking on our little stream here. So the greatest May rainfall on record in Columbus is 8.71. As of last night, the climate report would have been, let me find, actually last year was a high total too. It was 4, the latest I have is 4 inches, but yeah, that's not right. So, I have outdated stuff.
So our total right now, so what we're looking at here on the calendar, so that's 6.19, that goes through yesterday. So far in the last 24 hours though, we've had, I believe, 2.11.
Yeah, we'll have to double check this.
But
so
it's going to be close.
It is going to be very high on that. And you were talking about the drought. People concerned are like, oh, are we going to go into drought? I was chatting with our Ohio State climatologist the other day, because the summer outlook from the Climate Prediction Center came out. And of course, we have El Nino coming up this summer, likely to develop. And El Nino doesn't have a strong sway in our weather in the summertime in our part of the country, especially as it's developing. So what the forecast is basically equal chances of it being near or below average or above average precipitation, which I know is kind of like, throwing a dart at the thing.
Sure.
I mean, that's honestly what it is, because there's no strong indication one way or the other, which is, still useful information. But he did point out that if you go into summer, El Nino or not, if you go into summer dry, it's hard to recover from that with just the inevitable heat. Because we've been so wet this month, right before summer starts, that even if things do turn dry, that buys us some time. The soil actually has something there to hang on to for a while.
Yeah, which is at least helpful that, some of this rain is at least soaking into the ground, maybe at least earlier on, maybe not so much the rain today. A lot of it's just running off because it can't soak into the ground if the ground's so saturated. But what we're looking at here on this map, this is the outlook from the Climate Prediction Center for June 1st through the 5th. So that first few days of June, indicating drier than normal conditions. And we saw with the 7-day forecast, we have sunshine all the way through next week, middle of next week, and that could actually continue as we get into the following weekend. So it's good news actually for that weekend, because of course that's the weekend of the Memorial Tournament, and we don't want rain. We've had years past where there's been rain for the tournament. Don't have to worry about that. So based on the current indications, it does appear like we will see some drier than normal conditions leading up to the beginning of the tournament, around the 4th and the 5th into the weekend, the 6th and the 7th, may continue to see some of those dry conditions and hopefully just some good sunshine and nothing to worry about. But of course, it's going to be after that. We'll see if we continue to see the dry conditions continue through June. Normally, once we get into the summertime, we have a lot of the heat and humidity leading to those, we call them popcorn showers and storms, and not so much these big prolonged systems. They can still happen, but normally we don't see as much widespread heavy rainfall across the state like we're seeing here today. But of course, things can change, and we'll be tracking it here as we go through the rest of the summer.
All right, so I did some looking here, and assuming I have my information right, we had, as of last night, 6.2 inches so far this month.
Okay.
Plus today, officially at the airport, 2.12. That gives us 8.32 inches of rain officially for the month. If we don't get at least another 1/10 of an inch, that would be 3rd wettest May on record in Columbus.
Okay,
So there you have it. At least 3rd wettest. If we can get another 1/10 of an inch, that would put us tied for 2nd.
Okay.
That was 8.42 back in 2009. Wettest on record is 8.71 inches in 1989.
Okay, so top.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Do I have? Hold on a second. my thing reset here. That is using old data. Something didn't seem right about that as I was talking about it. Okay, hold on. All right.
Crunch the numbers again.
We were looking at a wrong site here because I was looking at this up yesterday. I'm like, wait, I thought it was 9 something. So, all right, correction, 8.32. It was fourth place.
Okay.
All right, so
Okay.
solidly fourth place. Third place was 2022 with 8.69. I don't foresee us getting another 3/10 today. That would be a pretty hard thing to do. I hope we don't get another 3/10 today.
Yeah, but I mean, still, even going from yesterday, we were talking about, you know, probably going to get into at least the top 10 list, but now we're talking about we are in the top 5 wettest Mays on record here in Columbus. So that's just so much rainfall. And before we go, we are going to wrap things up here just around 1:30, but if we can take a look at the graphic here full again, and this is just the calendar that shows all the rainfall that we've had so far this month. It does not include today. So when you see the number there, 6.19, that goes through yesterday, but we had an initial 2.12 inches, I believe, today. So we're talking about, you know, getting over 8 inches of rainfall so far this month. And it really is the last week since last week, Tuesday. You look at the 19th there, 0.91. That's really when it all started, was Tuesday with those severe storms. We had a severe thunderstorm warning in the Columbus metro that Wednesday morning around 7 a.m. We got so much rainfall on Wednesday, a break on Thursday, almost 1.5 inches on Friday, another over half an inch on Saturday, another inch on Sunday, brief break on Monday, and then it started up a little bit yesterday afternoon into, of course, what we have here today. So a lot of things that we've been tracking, of course, with all this showers and storms. So it is kind of an interesting flip going from a week, almost a week solid of rain to now a week of no rain.
Yeah, in fact,
No
this will be our longest dry streak in about 6 weeks. So yeah, there you have it. Some very welcome dry weather ahead of us. And the nice thing is, it's not going to be chilly. It's not going to be scorching hot. It is going to be Goldilocks weather starting tomorrow.
Yeah,
just right for those who didn't catch what I was going for there. But I mean, 70s in the afternoon, 50s, lots of sunshine. That's going to be good stuff.
Yeah. So we're going to wrap it up here for this special edition of our weather coverage here, as we are going to be having another update coming up here at 2 o'clock with the 10 Weather Impact Show.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Chris Tomer.
And I'm meteorologist Justin Gertz.
Well, what an afternoon. We've actually late morning, lunch, afternoon.
Goodness, yeah.
You got nailed, my friend.
Yeah, we had that tornado warning that popped up just before noon. And of course, we had all the rain earlier this morning. So it's been kind of just a very active day. But thankfully, things are starting to quiet down, calm down a little bit. We still have some active weather in our southern towns, but certainly far less going on now than there had been at most points of the day, honestly.
Yeah, so the big three things. We had heavy rain come in. That turned into a flood warning. Was it a flash flood warning or flood warning?
We had a flash flood warning, went from advisory to warning,
Yeah, and then that turned into a tornado warning. Just off in Fairfield County. So all these things sort of flushed into one another during this event. We still have a little bit of a watch here in effect for severe weather down in some of the southern counties here, Justin. That runs until, do you know when that runs?
That's a great question. I don't have that print off in front of me. That goes until, Aaron's telling us, 9 o'clock this evening.
About 9 o'clock.
So that goes until 9. That should be right there. So yeah, as you mentioned, our southeastern counties, basically looking at the off chance that a couple of storms could manage to get strong enough to produce probably gusty winds if anything does turn severe. We had a few storm reports earlier on from that thunderstorm that had eventually become tornado warned, that had some minor wind damage with it, 5 to 6 inch limbs that were broken. And I think there was a tree that it might have come down a little bit farther northwest, closer to the Lancaster area, earlier on with that thunderstorm. So there's a history there of a couple of strong storms. And that'll be something we do watch for going into the evening hours in our far southeastern towns.
So everything will kind of shift down into that direction, south of central Ohio. I also want to, can you click on the rain totals over the last 24 hours? Of course, this was the other big item of interest here. And I'm going to ask you, because you're a stats man, I'll ask you that here in a second. But take a look at these numbers over the last 24 hours. This was just from this line of storms that came in, over 2 inches in Columbus here in CMH. That is incredible. That's a ton of rain. You add that to the 5 inches that we got last week and this weekend. I mean, we're at over 7 inches now, which is unbelievable. Newark got over an inch. Dublin is there pushing 2 inches. You've got Coshocton and Mount Vernon, all these places adding up a bunch of rain. Now, the significance here is with this 2 inches, Justin, that puts us into a pretty unique position.
Yeah, right. So when you add up all the rain we've had so far this month, we will end up almost certainly with the 4th wettest May on record in Columbus. And that's interesting because we had 2 superlative months in a row. Last month was the warmest April on record, and now we have the 4th wettest May on record. So I'm hoping that June is just really boring and uneventful. And I want to highlight too with these rainfall totals from this morning into the afternoon. Your mileage may vary in your particular neighborhood. I know that some places are going to end up a little bit more than what those numbers have. You may have a little bit less. For example, actually ended up hiding the Grove City one. I think that's at Bolton Field. It was showing a number that was less than what I felt was reality, because I know in the Grove City area, some places have had couple 2.5 inches of rain. So just one of those tricky things that maybe a given airport may not have had, collecting information at the right time or something like that. And of course, just the scale of the storms, where one part of a town is very different than another part of town, and it might be a half-inch difference over that short distance. But everybody had a soaking rain in the Columbus metro for sure.
Yeah, as meteorologists, we can sometimes look at the atmosphere and say, oh my gosh, it's loaded with moisture. It only takes one thunderstorm and you're going to get nailed with 1 inch or 2 inches of rain, and that's what we saw. Things were very saturated, and of course, the ground is so saturated that it just instantly, it can't absorb anymore after all the rain that we've had, and we ended up having flash flooding on a number of roadways, a number of the streams and the rivers, or running at bank full and even higher in some cases.
Yeah, it was interesting yesterday to be looking at the scenario for today, where we knew it was going to be near and south of I-70, but what exactly, where exactly it was going to be, was it's impossible to know. But there were some signs that it was potentially going to favor the I-70 corridor. And goodness, it had that spot
it lined up right on it.
If the computer models we look at are with that kind of information, like where the core of the heaviest rain is going to be, if they're within 40 miles, that's a win. The fact that they had it right where it was really remarkable. Basically what happened this morning was we have a front or a boundary that was set up pretty much close to I-70, and we had the warm moist air that was basically butting into it, and that was the focus for those thunderstorms that just kept repeating and going over the same places over and over again, kind of like train on a train track. And once that front finally started to move this afternoon, we've seen the heavier rain slip off toward the south, which has been a welcome change because those several hours of the just occasional downpours was really what caused a lot of issues for us.
Yeah. Go to radar, and then we'll transition over to Aaron here. And I just want to give us a current state of affairs as far as where everything is located at this point on radar. So we had the heaviest line come through. Now when you look at radar, and yeah, we'll put it in motion, and you can see, look at that. I mean, that one cell that moved through Franklin and Fairfield counties was pretty incredible. Now everything is transitioning to the south and away from Columbus. Doesn't mean we're not going to get another shower or a thunderstorm, right? The atmosphere is just loaded with moisture. But in general, things seem to be transitioning down to the south at this point. Let's go over to meteorologist Aaron White right now. He's going to take a look at what we can expect moving forward.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. And yeah, just a lot of stuff happening here the last several hours, of course, with all the rain that is still making its way through the area here. And we're going to continue to track it here for the next few hours until things start to wind down. I think when we get closer to about 10 p.m., a lot of this is going to be out of Ohio, and we are going to be tracking some much quieter conditions in the forecast as we get into the next several days, which is definitely some good news. But of course, again, here is a live look at the radar picture as we are tracking all this activity building to the south and east. So the threat for heavy rainfall is now shifting to those areas. So we've actually seen the flood watch that was in effect discontinued or allowed to expire for areas in central Ohio, including in the Columbus area. But anywhere further to the south and east where we're seeing these pockets of heavy rainfall and some thunderstorms right now, that's going to be where we could still deal with some potential for flash flooding. Not saying it's going to be a likelihood, but as Chris and Justin mentioned, we've had so much rain over the course of the last several days, over the last week, that we get any more rainfall, it doesn't take a lot to lead to potential for some flooding. So we're watching some storms right around MacArthur right now. Most of the activity around Chillicothe is starting to wind down, but there's another cell just to the west that's going to start to build in here, moving towards the east. This is not severe, so keep that in mind. We're not really tracking any severe weather right now. As Chris and Justin mentioned, there is that severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 9 p.m. for areas to the south and east. So what is going to happen is as this batch of showers and storms moves to the south and east, they still can tap into the environment that's available and maybe produce some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. The hail threat is going to be lower. I think this is going to be more of a potential for some wind, but really all in all, the greatest threat, as we've already talked about, is just so much heavy rainfall that's moving through. So there's another look at that severe thunderstorm watch. Really just includes Athens down towards Jackson and to the south and east. And I really think the focus for any severe weather is going to be more so into parts of West Virginia. But as we look back at the satellite and radar picture here just over the last few hours, you can see the shift now from this morning. If you were watching some of our coverage here on 10 TV streaming and on 10 TV, we were tracking showers and storms that were basically set up right along the I-70 corridor. And that's why we had flash flood warnings that were issued for the Columbus Metro, central and southern Franklin County, into parts of Fairfield County as well. That has been allowed to expire as all the heavy rainfall is now shifting to the south and east. We are still tracking at least some light rain showers to the north for areas up around Marion, back towards Kenton, over towards Mansfield. That is starting to fall apart. So any more rainfall going to be pretty light for areas near I-70 and to the north. We're not really expecting much more rain, maybe at best another 1/10 of an inch. That's at best. The potential for any more rainfall, 1/2 inch to near 1 inch of rain, that's going to be focused where we're tracking those showers and storms. So south of Interstate 70, we'll have to watch this area back towards the west as we're getting some more development there into Indiana. That's going to be sliding to the east, southeast, but I don't anticipate anything getting further to the north of I-70 here for the rest of today. That's where we are focused for any potential severe weather. That's the outlook here for the rest of this evening. So really where we have that severe thunderstorm watch, this yellow area, That's a little bit of the higher threat. It's not a high threat by any means. It's a level 2 out of 5. So a lower end potential that we'll see a couple stronger thunderstorms developing in southeastern Ohio, moving into parts of West Virginia. But as mentioned, I think the greater threat is going to be going into West Virginia. And here's another look at those totals that we just showed here just a moment ago, but just some impressive numbers. And these are all just at some of the observing stations at some of the local airports. So there's likely other spots that recorded, over 3 inches of rainfall here for today. So things are starting to calm down as we'll take a live look here at the Columbus Metro. Look at downtown, still a couple light rain showers there. You can see the Scioto River definitely running high. It has come down from where it peaked over the weekend. We saw some of the video back on Saturday. I mean, that water was rushing. It's come down a little bit, but likely has come back up from the 1 to 3 inches that we saw here just today, because all that rain can't go anywhere. The ground's saturated enough, so any rain that falls, it just goes into the creeks, the streams, the rivers, the streets. And yeah, it causes some flooding here. So we're going to be tracking that for the rest of today. But this is the good news as we look ahead to the forecast going into the next week. So this takes us all the way through the first 5 days of June. Overall, drier than normal conditions are in the forecast. And we have that in our 7-day forecast starting tomorrow. We got sunshine all the way through the weekend going into next week. And you'll notice the dates. Big talker right now, the Memorial Tournament coming up later next week, all the way through the weekend of June 6th and 7th. Well, hopefully we'll see some drier conditions. And right now the trend is looking like that. So let's go through the hour-by-hour forecast here for the rest of today. Again, watching these showers and storms right now really focus south of Interstate 70. Some lighter showers to the north. Those start to fade away. The heavier rainfall continues to push southward. So here we are by 6 p.m. watching that activity near Athens, down towards the south and east, getting it more into the area around the border of Ohio and West Virginia. Maybe still some rain showers towards Piketon, Jackson, and MacArthur. And that is when we start to talk about that severe weather threat really moving further southeast into parts of West Virginia. So it's going to be a few hours. I know that severe thunderstorm watch goes until 9 p.m. We'll likely see that allowed to expire earlier on for southeastern Ohio as that severe threat really moves into West Virginia. So here we are by 10 p.m. Look at that. All the rain's gone, and we're not tracking any more in the extended forecast as we head into your Thursday. I know it's not really showing up here. There is a chance we could see some patchy fog develop. We had that just a couple of days ago because the ground is so saturated. So there would be a chance that if the wind is light enough, if we see too much wind, the fog really won't develop. But there is a chance because the ground is so saturated. That would burn off pretty quickly. We'll get the sun shining here tomorrow afternoon, and temperatures will be fairly comfortable into the 70s here for your Thursday. And as we continue on, look at that. Nothing to track. No rain in the forecast here all the way through our Friday morning by 8:30. We got sunshine and a nice end to the work week. Sunshine is in the forecast Friday, and sunshine is in the forecast here as we head into the weekend. So let's take a look at that 7-day forecast as we are tracking the 10 weather impact alert here still for the rest of this afternoon with those showers and storms leading to that potential for heavy rainfall and flooding, in addition to that localized severe weather threat there in southeastern Ohio. After that clears out, rest of the forecast looking good. We got sunshine here as we head into our Thursday. We got 77 degrees, 77 on Friday, and we'll stay with sunshine all the way through the weekend with highs in the mid to upper 70s. Overnight lows dipping down into the 50s. So Chris and Justin, that's definitely some dry air that's building in. Dew points likely dropping down into the 50s. So really comfortable conditions. I mean, I feel like you couldn't ask for any better weather in that 7-day forecast aside from looking at today.
No, there's no question, Aaron. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I mean, that's an amazing stretch after what we've been through.
Yeah, no, it'll be our longest dry stretch in about 6 weeks. So it's been a long time coming.
Weeks.
Yeah, no, it's been hard to get more than, I think, 3 days without measurable rain. And you might get a trace of rain or some sprinkles, basically. Not enough to actually tip the rain gauge. But 3 days in a row of dry weather has been very hard to come by. And this is going to be our longest one since month and a half ago.
Yeah, this has been an amazing 7-day stretch that we've had with rain. I think there were only 1 or 2 dry days in there. And again, I want to show these 24-hour rain totals just one more time. So these numbers, over 2 inches here in Columbus, in Central Ohio, that just happened today, this morning, with this line of rain that came through. We ended up with it was a flood warning, wasn't it, for Franklin? Or was it a flash flood warning?
Yeah, we had a flash flood warning
for Franklin County.
Yep, and we, of course, had some issues on some of the roads before. And now there may be still some spots with high water here or there that were especially bad earlier on. Even though the rain has really lightened significantly, it takes time for that water to come back down. So good news is at least the evening drive, things are going to be much better than what they were for the morning drive. But for the next little while, do keep in mind that there may be some spots that are still barricaded because of some high water. But in those spots that were a little more what we call flashy, where it comes up, goes down right away, we have seen some improvement there. I know in German Village earlier on, we had some video, and then not long later, it was much improved. So rest of the day, at least in the Columbus metro where we had those issues earlier on, we're not going to be seeing that at all the rest of the day. Any additional shower activity is going to be just a nuisance. We're still watching southern parts of our area for some local downpours, but even there, things have been trending more toward things just moving along quickly and not staying in any one particular spot. So I'd say our flood threat is waning pretty quickly over the coming hours.
And I know it's tempting if you get to an area and there's standing water to want to drive through it, like, because you don't want to take the trip around, you know, but you just don't know how deep it is. And a lot of the time it can wash debris in with it, logs and things that you don't want to hit with your car, because then you're going to get stalled and you're going to have to get rescued. So if you don't know how deep it is, just turn around.
Yep.
It'll save you a lot of time and a bunch of headaches, believe me.
So much headache, because I mean, the people who drove into the floodwater earlier today that we saw on 10 TV, I'm guessing if they could go back 30 seconds, they'd be like, you know what?
Now my car's totaled.
Yeah, I'm gonna go a different way.
Aaron, all right, talk to us about a few other weather-related things.
Yeah, so we want to take a moment and check on some of the power outages in the area. Power is mostly restored across Franklin County, so definitely some good news following the morning severe weather with all that torrential rainfall. Here's a live look at the AEP outage map. It shows fewer than 2,000 people are without power, a significant drop in the numbers after those storms initially knocked out power to more than 11,000 customers earlier today. And we also want to take a look at some of the weather stories in Central Ohio. Hilliard officials say a house fire investigation just wrapped up on Clay Mill Drive. Dispatchers say the fire started around 10:15 this morning, and it is believed that a lightning strike is what sparked the flames. No injuries have been reported at this time. Definitely some good news there. Unfortunate to happen, but definitely no one was injured. And this actually taken in near Broad Street in West Columbus. Several drivers were stuck in the flooded roadway. They ended up just staying put in their cars until the water receded. Remember, if you see a flooded road, do not drive through it. You never know how deep it is. We always say here in the weather world, turn around, don't drown. Definitely never drive through those flooded roads. And check out this video on Jackson Pike in Grove City. Just dramatic video. Seeing the high water and all that, basically just the flooded road. This area has been dealing with flooding all day. And of course, this is what you should not do. Our crew saw several cars driving through the flooded road. Right now, Jackson Pike is closed from Stringtown Road to Frank Road due to that flooding. And this is some video sent in to us by Irvin PR. This is flooding in German Village on 3rd and Willow. This was sent into our newsroom just around 11 o'clock this morning. People in the area now continue to tell us that people are driving through the flooding. No reports of injuries. We learned that flooding went down within about 30 minutes or so. And now we want to get in 10 TV News' Kevin Landers. He's been keeping an eye on the flooding all morning, and this afternoon he is in Grove City with a look at some of the flooding there.
I'm in the Hoover Crossing neighborhood of Grove City. We're just south of downtown. You can see behind me, this is Ventura Road. We're told there's about 8 inches of water on this road. It is now closed. And what happened here? About 3 inches of rain fell overnight, and Mulberry Run Creek, well, it's way over its banks, flooding the front yards of many homes. This is just one example of the homes here that have flooded. I want to walk down here a little bit further here on Ventura to show you another home that's been impacted by the floodwaters. As you can see over here, this is the city's maintenance yard. Their front yard is flooded because of the heavy rain overnight. But take a look at this house. It's actually got a current going through the front yard. The people here are basically, well, they could get out of their home, but their front yard is completely underwater. You can see all of their front landscaping here, their patio furniture. all underwater, and it's going to take a while for this to actually drain as we have more rain in the forecast, and this creek is flowing pretty fast at this time. This is just one example of several because of all the rain that we had overnight. We just left Jackson Pike in just south of downtown Columbus. It's also underwater. It's been closed for much of the day, and this is what people are going to deal with throughout much of the night as this water, until this water actually recedes, is that you're going to have...
All right, well, thanks for tuning in here. I'll be back this evening with a complete wrap-up. Mm-hmm.